Testing 1, 2. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. The time is 5:30. I'm going to call to order the regular meeting of the Adelanto Elementary School District. We're going to get started with the roll call. Ms. LeVay.
Trustee Krause?
Kraus present.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer present.
Trustee LaFrench?
LaFrench present.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart present.
Trustee Soto?
Soto present. We have a quorum. Moving on to Pledge of Allegiance. VP Kyer, would you lead us, please?
If I could have everyone please stand, place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Moving on to the adoption of the agenda. Do we have any proposed additions, deletions, and adjustments in the order of business?
President Soto, we are going to be moving item 1110 will be pulled from the consent agenda items. The approval of the school status attend multi-year quote and agreement.
11.10 is going to be pulled. Thank you. Moving on to number 2, the adoption of the agenda. At this time,
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
President Soto, are we making adjustments?
Yes, I believe that's either we want to do this at 2.1 or 2.2 before we adopt the agenda. Let me.
I think we reflect on 2.1 and then adopt on 2.2.
Fair point. We'll do it there then. So then I'll motion that we approve the agenda with the adjustments that we move. $13.4 and 13.5 to the beginning of closed session. Is there a second?
Kyer, I second.
All right, thank you. Ms. LeVay, the vote, please.
Trustee Krause?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
LaFrench, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
So do I. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to staff reports and presentations. We're going to do Gus Franklin first. Yeah, so we want to also take pictures with all the presenters. So every time at the end of the presentation, if you could just hold on so the board can come up and take a picture, we would greatly appreciate that. So we'll start with Gus Franklin.
President Soto,
Oh.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
I'm a little confused. So I don't have an adoption of the agenda. I do have a motion by by yourself and Trustee Kyer to move item 13.4 and 13.5 to the beginning of the agenda. Is that also including the adoption of the agenda, or is that separate?
Yes, I believe my motion did include the adoption of the agenda with those exceptions, but I see your point. So what we can do is we can just, a motion to adopt the agenda with that exception. Is there a second?
Kyer, I second.
Take the vote, Ms. LeVey.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, nay.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion passes 4-1 with Trustee Stewart voting no. Now thank you, Ms. LeVey. Moving on to Educational Services. Gus Franklin, Student Showcase.
Good evening, Board President, distinguished members of the Board, Cabinet, and honored guests. I am incredibly proud to stand here before you as the principal of Gus Franklin STEM Academy, joined by our dedicated assistant principal, Ms. Thornton. We are thrilled to be here tonight to showcase the energy and spirit that define our campus. Tonight we have a special look into our hearts of our classroom and our school culture. First, our brilliant fourth grade ambassadors from Ms. Benson's class will share their personal journey through the portrait of a learner, and then following that presentation, get ready for high energy performance from our talented AYA cheerleaders. Please join me in welcoming our student speakers. We have Jaylene Mejia Mulan, Alyssa Duran, Scarlett Serrano, and Ivan Diaz.
My name is Jaylene Mejia Milan, and I love to paint, draw, write, and at school I love ELA and science. I'm a critical thinker because I think fast when there's trouble. I can do equations mentally, and I can fix problems fast. And I will be an artist, an illustrator, and a good lawyer. I learn best in a classroom that is at a talking level of a whisper, and I like it when the teacher gives us free time on our computers. A strategy that helps me is race. I do not learn well in a classroom that talks loud and moves on too fast. I don't like it when a teacher talks too fast. A strategy that I struggle with, it was placeholder for multiplication.
Thank you, Jaylene.
Thank you. My name is Alyssa Duran, and I love having a nice home in life. I love math. It's my favorite subject in school. I am an empowered learner. One of my strengths are setting goals. My second strength is informed choices. My third strength is taking ownership. My vision and goals is I will work hard to be on the best volleyball team. I will practice math so I can be better. I will work hard to become very successful. I learn best in a classroom that is very kind and does not make a lot of noise. I like it when the teacher is very nice and gives me compliments. Strategies that help me learn are to break apart and work it out. I do not learn well in a classroom that is very loud and doesn't do their work. I don't like it when the teacher is not being specific when she is teaching. Strategies that I struggle with is no model because I like to use models. It helps me out.
Hi, my name is Ivan Diaz. I love playing baseball and riding my bike. I also love fractions and multiplication. I am a change maker. One of my strengths is helping others. My second strength is I take caution with what I do. My last strength is I can help people when they struggle. I will become a professional baseball player. I will graduate college. I will be a successful lawyer. I learn best in the classroom that works together. I like it when the teacher walks us through the problem. Strategies that help me learn are quiet and calm environments. I do not learn well in a classroom that is loud. I don't like it when the teacher is absent. Strategies that I struggle with are my multiplication facts.
My name is Scarlett Serrano, and what I love is music, drawing, and having my face on things. What I love about school is ELA and science. My strengths in gratitude, I am a communicator and collaborator. My second strength is working with others. My third strength is sharing my ideas. And my last strength is giving directions. My vision and goals, I will become a math expert. I will read against my I will be great and to my investigation and be good at sports. I learn best in a classroom that is calm. I like it when the teacher is when I get something right and the teacher did it. The teacher like did it like the teacher. The strengths that help me learn counting and working with numbers. What doesn't work? When the classroom is too loud, I don't like when the teacher gives hard word problems. And my last one, fractions that don't make sense.
All right. And our whole school has been focusing, so there's a whole wall back there. If anybody gets a chance to read them, there's some really awesome other students that necessarily couldn't make it, but we have some great students there at Gus Franklin.
Do you want to do a picture and then a picture, or do you want to do all of them together?
We can do two groups because we have, I believe 4 presentations, but it's a small group. So we can do one more presentation and then we can come together.
Next, so just do them and then cheerleaders?
Please, yeah. Yeah, you have the cheerleaders, right? Yeah.
So do all of them together. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, now let's hear it for our AYA Gus Franklin cheerleaders. Let's give one more round of applause for all of our incredible students. What you saw tonight was just a glimpse of passion, leadership, and talent that fills our halls every day. At Gus Franklin STEM Academy, we are not just meeting standards, we are building a community of confident and future-ready leaders. One more? Oh, okay. Thank you for your continued support in helping our students thrive. Falcon soar.
All right, Falcon.
All right, board picture.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Awesome. Moving on to next presentation. Student Showcase, Ted Vick, Elementary School.
Good evening, members of the school board, executive cabinet, parents, students, and members of the Adelanto community. I'm Matthew Latome. I'm the assistant principal of Theodore Vick Elementary School. On behalf of Dr. Milana and the dedicated staff of Theodore Vick, it is my honor to present a very special performance this evening. Tonight, you will see several of our 33 student cast members who in less than 20 days will take the stage in a full Broadway-style production. This opportunity began last summer when our director, Mrs. Rhoda, discovered the Disney Musicals in School program. One particular passage immediately captured our attention. Quote, "Imagine your students singing, acting, and dancing on stage or working behind the scenes to make the magic happen. Disney Musicals in Schools presents a special opportunity for public elementary schools to bring the magic of student performances to their communities. The benefits of musical theater last long after opening night. Building creativity, collaboration, confidence, empathy, and strengthening essential academic skills such as reading, speaking, and listening. Inspired by this vision and with the support of Ms. Sage, Ms. Kim, Ms. Hernandez-Reyes, Mrs. Perry, Dr. Milana, and our school team, we submitted an application and a 10-minute video interview. We were honored to be selected for the program. Through this opportunity, our students and staff received professional development as well as materials and support needed to bring a musical production to life. At this time, I invite those seated on the dais to please join us in the audience.
All right, colleagues.
Ladies and gentlemen, sit back, relax, and enjoy the magic of our students have created. It is my great pleasure to present Disney's Frozen, performed by the Theodore Vick Mustang Ensemble.
Let's
Thank you, students. Let's give it up for the Theodore Vick Mustang Ensemble one more time, please. On the back table, there is a flyer with a QR code. It's $1 admission for all those attending. Our first date is March 14th at 2 p.m. at Theodore Vick Elementary School, and then Monday, March 16th at 6 p.m. We hope to see you there. Thank you.
Let's take a picture before we colleagues, picture.
I guess they're also setting up some.
Alrighty. Thank you, everyone. We're gonna move on to the next school presentation. It's gonna be West Creek Elementary School. Educational, yep, please.
Testing, testing.
There.
Good evening, Board President Soto, Executive Cabinet, Board members, and the public here tonight. I am Howard Carrera, proud principal of West Creek Elementary School. And we also have our assistant principal here, Ms. Hanson, Shirley Hanson, with us. We are pleased to be here tonight and showcase some of the many amazing things happening at West Creek. We have our AYA team here with us tonight. We have our Millionaire Mind Kids team as well. And thank you, students and families that are here supporting us as well. So thank you very much. So first, we want to bring on our AYA team, our cheerleading students. So Miss Kim, they can come down.
Attention! I've been walking with my face turned to the sun. Weight on my shoulders, a bullet in my gun. Oh, I got eyes in the back of my head, just in case I have to run. I do what I can when I can, while I can for my people. While the clouds roll back and the stars fill the night, that's when I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home, far across the river. Can you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? Gonna keep on keeping on. I can feel it in my bones.
After or now? You guys want to go? 'Cause we
For
have
pictures? Oh, another presentation.
We have one more presentation. So thank you, our cheerleader. Thank you, our students, our pirates. Thank you very much. We'll take pictures after. So next we have our Millionaire Mind Kids team. They're gonna also present.
Good afternoon. What you're going to see this
Do we have a-
afternoon is our Millionaire
Do we have a
Mind
mic?
Kids Career Technical
No.
Education Program presenting robotics.
If
The first thing.
Thank you, Ms. Dolores.
Thank you. So the first thing you're going to see is a snapshot of the Millionaire Mind Kids robotics program that we do every day, that every student go through for 180 days. The first thing we do is we build self-esteem, encouragement, and self-empowerment. Can you do the first exercise for us? They're going to be doing walk through your doors of greatness. So this is where they affirm themselves every day when they walk into the program. The second thing they're going to be doing is stand in your power, where they get to affirm themselves. $120,000 a year. Thank you. Great job. We give wings to dreams. The next thing they will be doing is core values. And why do we do core values? These are soft skills that they can use later in life as they're developing in the workforce and their careers. You may start.
We have fun. We do the work to find solutions.
So those are some very, very important soft skills. We always work as a team. We work to have fun, and we do all the work to find solutions with the guidance of our coaches and mentors. Can you guys give yourselves a round of applause? So the next thing they're going to be presenting is the
next thing we're going to do for engineering design process.
And the engineering design process is what they use every day in their daily activities. What is the first step of the engineering design process?
Research. Look up information.
The second step?
Plan.
Great job. The third step? The prototype. Can you show a prototype? Did you bring a prototype with you? Yes. Can you turn around and show the board the prototype that you brought? Absolutely. Thank you. What is the next step?
Test.
Step 4 is testing. And why is that important?
So we can make sure
That we can make sure it works for consistency. Quality assurance for that. And the fifth step.
commercialize.
Commercialize. And what are we doing today?
Show your product.
We're showing our product. So can we show how it works? Yes, let's demonstrate a little bit. So while they're demonstrating, they've also handed the board an engineering design notebook where they document all their activities and all their work every single day for 180 days. You may show your product.
So it goes forward, turns right, then it goes left, and then it comes back. You may stand. And then back to home base.
So this is just a small snapshot, but what they've done is they've used the engineering design process to build and program their robots to function. Usually they function on a competition table. Did you show both robots?
No.
Okay, go for it.
This is the teacher's robot. It could go straight, a 360. It can go backwards. It could go forward, and another 360.
So if you can't hear, he's predicting the programming functionality of the robot. It should move forward. 360. Can you run it one more time quickly?
You want me to do it one more time?
Yes. Thank you. So it moves forward. It makes a 360-degree turn. Yes, and it goes backwards.
It goes straight again, and then it does another 360.
Thank you so much. And you have commercialized. Give them a round of applause. And the last thing we want to present is our Black History posters.
This is our Black History Month. This is our Black History Month poster of all of the Black History people. We have inventors, presidents, and famous people on our Black History Month poster.
So not only do we address the technical aspect and career technical education, we also provide cultural responsive education and meet the themes of all the months. Give yourselves a round of applause. Can you guys do one Millionaire Mind Kid Says for the audience? Millionaire Mind Kid Says.
Millionaire Mind Kid says.
We are. Brilliant. Give yourselves a round of applause. She's asking the board, do you have any questions?
Thank you, colleagues. Any questions, Trustee Kraus?
No, but I appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Trustee Stewart?
I'll ask. I've got a ton, and we don't have time, but I will ask because I love the robots.
Okay, so I guess I'm next. Thank
Trustee
you.
LaFrench. I thought you said you had a question, Trustee Stewart. My mistake.
No, I said
You're gonna hold it.
had a lot, but
Gotcha. Trustee LaFrench, I apologize. I'm dazed with the kids' performance. I apologize. Miss Trustee LaFrench.
Well, I want to say thank you for coming and presenting for us. I know it takes a lot to get up here, but you guys do it flawless. I'm at awe at your experience. I'm at awe with a million Mind Kids. I'm so grateful to have our after school programs, to have an extension from our day, and you guys did a great job. I greatly appreciate you and your parents being here tonight and bringing your teachers as well. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you, board.
VP Kyer?
Don't forget to collect your engineering notebook.
We still have VP Kyer and myself for questions. VP Kyer?
Absolutely.
I do not have any questions, but I do want to extend my gratitude to each one of you for coming, showing us the amazing things you're learning this year. And I do want to thank our parents for being here supporting these young minds and allowing them to show us these amazing robots. So thank you again.
Yeah, I have no questions. Thank you guys. You guys did great. Love the robots. Good job. Congratulations.
And thank you for having us.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, West Creek Pirates. And families, if you want to take pictures, and this is the time for the pictures. AYA, if you want to bring our students too, please, for the pictures. Good to see you too.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Moving on to the LCAP. We're going to do the local control and accountability plan mid-year review update.
Good evening, Presidents. Okay.
All right. We're going to get started. Dr. Verduzco, please. Mart Verduzco.
Okay. Good evening, President Soto, board members, cabinet, the community at large. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Dr. Velma Veith. I'm the Director of State and Federal Programs. Happy to present on the LCAP mid-year update. Oops. Okay, so according to Senate Bill 153, Section 61, Education Code 52062, we are complying with the presentation of the Local Control Accountability Plan Mid-Year Update, which is supposed to be presented on or before February 28th. So these are the requirements. Starting with the number one, as you have before you, you have the comprehensive mid-year report. Number two, we report on the budget overview for parents. Number three, we provide all mid-year outcome data that's available. And then number four, we also provide any mid-year expenditures and implementation data on our goals. So before you is the number two, which is the budget overview for parents. This contains the mid-year update to show our current funding allocations as of interim one, which was in December. An adjustment was made to correct the total decrease in ADA projection, which took place at the beginning of the school year. So the mid-year update shows the amount of LCFF and supplemental and concentration funds that was corrected. Next, we're going to talk about the outcome data related to metrics identified in the current year of our LCAP, our Local Control Accountability Plan. And what you'll see here in the comprehensive plan that you have, there's one shaded area. So all the way in that shaded area, we'll have all the metrics that were available at this time. Next, we're going to just show you the metrics, the expenditures, and the implementation data. So before we talk about the implementation data, I want to just go over the implementation levels with you. So when you see that it says ongoing implementation, that means that the action has started and will continue throughout the school year. For example, tutoring, it started and it continues through the whole year. A planned implementation refers to it may still be at the stages of development, and there's a plan to put that in action in the near future in the spring. Partially implemented means the action is halfway completed. For example, you meant to purchase 4 counselors and you only hire 4 counselors and you've only hired 2. So that would be partially implemented. It would be fully implemented if by now we had hired 4. So going on to goal number 1, which focuses on preparing our future-ready students by providing rigorous standards aligned to instruction, where we provide equitable support and advanced learning opportunities to ensure academic achievement and success. These are the related actions for LCAP 1 goal. So class size reduction, for example, supplemental technology, and what you'll see in the shaded area is the mid-year update estimated actuals, which we're required to report at this time. And to the right side, you'll see the implementation status of the actions. which I reviewed. Goal number 2 refers to providing every student with behavioral, social, emotional, and health supports with a focus on English learners, students with disabilities, foster youth, homeless youth, African American students, and other students groups whose outcomes indicate the greatest need so that all students can maintain fully engaged in the school and access core instruction. So for LCAP goal number 2, these are the actions in the LCAP, and we have 9. And again, you'll see the shaded area with the updated estimated actuals, and the right column also lets you know where we are in the implementation status. Goal number 3 refers to the cultivating partnerships with families, parents in the community, and educational partners through inclusive, transparent, and innovative practices to support student learning and improve student outcomes. Again, here are the 3 actions for LCAP goal number 3, family engagement, communication, and home language access for family engagement. And again, the shaded area and the area to the right where it shows you the implementation status. In our LCAP, we also have additional goals. We have goals 4 through 12, which are also in the comprehensive package that you have. And those refer to specific schools, and those are our equity multiplier schools. So the same information, the required elements are provided for you in the comprehensive report. So as you can see, we are on the right trajectory as most of our actions are ongoing. And at this time, I wanted to share that we are committed to continuing to implement the actions. And we want to acknowledge and sincerely thank the hard work and dedication of our board members, our principals, teachers, paraprofessionals, additional employees, and the support of our parents and the resilience of our students for us to reach excellence. So thank you. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you, Dr. Velma.
Yes.
Right. I think I call you Dr. Verduzco. We don't have a Dr. Verduzco here. Trustee Kraus?
Yes, thank you. First off, thank you for this presentation. I appreciate you presenting this. I did have a question back on, it's on action number 1.3. Might be page 10, perhaps. It's where all the actions for 1.1, 1.2, and so on are with the budgeted amounts. So 1.3, I just had a question, instructional jumpstart. The budget expenditures were about 710,000, but then the actuals are about 1.3 million. So could you just help me understand what instructional jumpstart is, and then maybe why you think it jumped up as far as the dollar amount from the original budget, if you know, and if it's not, it's okay. I just was curious.
Well, Instructional Jumpstart provides supplemental instruction materials and additional supplies to support the expansion of transitional kindergarten. But for the expenditure, I will have, let's see. The second part was, can I explain why it jumped up?
Yes, it was originally budgeted at about 710,000, but then it's the estimated actuals are looking about 1.378 million. So I was just curious because that's a huge increase, and I'm all for making sure our staff and students have what they need. But as far as the budget is concerned, being a former CBO, it's always something I keep an eye on, and so.
Yes, that's a good question. I can come back with an answer.
Absolutely, no worries. I just wanted to, put that out there. But I appreciate the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Trustee Stewart?
I just did want to confirm that tomorrow there is a meeting here of the African American Parent Committee. I get messed up on all the acronyms, so I want to make sure.
Yes, tomorrow we are celebrating Black History Month. So everybody is welcome to come. It's from 5 to 7 here in the boardroom. And I'd like to take this opportunity to invite everybody to our LCAP Town Hall, where you can learn more about the expenditures. On March the 3rd, from 5 to 7, also in this room, we are looking for student voice, parent voice, both classified and certificated. And we will have our administrator participating. And so everybody is welcome to attend.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee LaFrench?
So I did have the opportunity to join the LCAP meeting, I think it was about 2 weeks ago. I had a wonderful time there, and it was very enlightening. One of the things that I would like to see maybe at the next meeting or If you could give me a little bit of information on what we're doing to engage our students. When I looked at the suspension rates to see that we have anywhere from 9%, 5.7, which is the English learners, 19.6 for foster youth, homeless youth, 9%, African Americans, 17.9%. So I'd like to know, how are we engaging our African American students in order to bring down the suspension rates? Hispanics, 6%, whites, 9.6%. So if you could bring back some information on that, I'd like it.
Sure, we will have that available at the town hall.
Yes, thank you. See you then.
Okay.
VP Kyer.
I don't have any questions at this time. I do want to thank you for your presentation tonight. It was extremely enlightening, and I do look forward to the next town hall. Hopefully, we get those details, and I'd love to join.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I did have a question. Something that I noticed was that, kind of piggybacking on Trustee Krause's comment earlier, yes, there's budgeted expenditures, and then I noticed that the actual estimated mid-year estimated actuals are completely blown. I mean, almost, I would say, even looking at the class size reduction, we're at 1300, or is that 13? I may be reading that wrong, actually. But overall, how can you help understand how these estimated, how these budgets are estimated?
So sometimes you'll see differences for different reasons. In some cases, you won't see a lot of the funds expended. And the reason for that is maybe we're using funds that are already existing. And for example, LREGB, which is Local Revenue Education Grant-Based Funding. Like for example, for 2.3 mental health, you'll see that it looks like we didn't expend money, but we did. We're just using other funds that we need to use first before we use this fund. So that's an example. In other cases, if it goes over, it could be because the need was greater than we anticipated. And so we address the needs as they come.
I appreciate you sharing that. And that example with the mental health, first, I'd like to just state that we need more investment in LCAP goal number 2. And so I really appreciate you pointing out that the mental health and social emotional counseling, how it's reporting out $0. You've explained that other funds were being used, so I appreciate you clarifying. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Alrighty, moving on to closed session declaration. We'll be taking items 2 to 5 into closed session. Before we do that, we're going to take public comment. Let me pull up the speaker public comment card. I'm going to go ahead and read it this time. Oh, VP Kyer, I was looking for it. Would you help us read it, please? I was going to read it, but you have it, so.
Will do, sir. The public comment period is administered by state law and is the point in the meeting set aside for members of the public to share their opinions with the board. Open meeting laws do not permit the board to engage in dialogue or answer questions. Any person who wishes to address the governing board on closed session agenda items only must complete and submit an AESD speaker request form 5 minutes before the meeting is called to order. Public comments will only be taken on agenda items during the discussion of those items. The board values public comments, and although the Board of Trustees cannot take action or discuss items not on the agenda, the Board of Trustees listens carefully and appreciates input from the public. Additionally, a public speaker can be cut off for exceeding the allotted time or for willfully causing an actual disruption to the meeting. Before cutting a person off or removing someone, the board will give at least one clear warning. If you were cut off or warned last time, please consider that your warning. Individual speakers are allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each closed session agenda item. The board limits the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add.
Thank you, VP Kyer. Before we begin public comment, I want to clearly restate the board's expectations for decorum this evening. The board welcomes public input, criticism, and differing viewpoints. However, public comment is not a forum for personal attacks, disruptive conduct, or commentary directed at individual trustees, staff, and audience members. Please direct your comments to the board as a whole. Speakers are expected to address the board as a body, remain within the established time limits, and conduct themselves in a respectful and orderly manner. As presiding officer, I have a responsibility under board policy and the Brown Act to ensure meetings are conducted professionally without disruption so that the board can carry out its duties. If a speaker engages in conduct that disrupts the meeting or violates these standards, I will issue a warning and, if necessary, conclude the speaker's remarks. With that understanding, we will proceed with public comment. We'll start with ADT and CSCA. Ms. LeVay.
The board calls on Mr. Tapia.
You would think it would be green. Thank you, Cabinet, Board President Soto, trustees, CSEA, ADTA, parents, students, community members. My name is Stephen Tapia. I'm going to touch on some topics today. One of them is the ELOT funds. I'm very concerned about the ELOT funds. We should be using these funds when applicable before our general funds money. Using ELOT funds to support teacher-led activities. We should be looking for ways to use the funds to support programs already in place, such as coaching, realistic tutoring, and paying for teachers for maybe perhaps field trips going outside the school hours. I'm here to work with you to use these monies to think outside the box to support our students. I know that interviews for this department are occurring this week, and I'm hoping that that person will be open-minded enough to entertain some of our ideas, such as maybe bringing Saturday school back for March and April to support ADA recruitment and for paying for coaches for conducting practices with ELOT funds. Another topic I'd like to discuss, grievance. There should be absolutely no need to advance grievances past a level 2. We need to start working together to support teachers and to solve problems. Special education, we need to make sure that we are staying in compliance with contractual state and federal laws. I noticed that you started the interview process for much needed SPED department positions. We need to work together to determine if teachers can be incentivized to fill these gaps when we have them, be it money or career or an education incentives. We have a lot of work to do with our SPED department, and this must be a priority to limit litigation. Bargaining. On Thursday, we start bargaining. If you look around surrounding districts, they are continuing to settle at rates much higher than ours. Our board needs to make it a priority to hire a CBO to stay on top of state regulations and stop giving money or perhaps even misappropriating dollars designated for our Adelanto students. Current year's money need to be used for current year students. Teachers, counselors, parents, and community members are tired of hearing, "We don't got it," when we should. Something to piggyback on, I know we're not supposed to address board members individually, but Trustee LaFrench, I'm very interested in our suspension rates as well. I did a little research into George, and we lost 20 African American students, but still that suspension rate is going up. So I'd like to have a conversation with you about that going forward. Thank you, and I'd like to turn it over to Brian Hahn, my vice president.
Thank you, and good evening, Board President Soto, trustees, and cabinet. I'd like to start by providing each of our trustees with a small packet here. I'm coming to speak to you tonight about injustice. And sometimes when teachers see injustices happen, they rise. And I want to talk about the way in which we dismiss teachers in our district. Actually, I really want to talk about all of what we do to support our teachers first. You know, when we get new teachers into our district, whether they're brand new, they receive induction support. They receive a coach. They receive someone who is there to support them every step of the way. This costs the district money. Stipends are paid out. Coaches are trained. Coaches are trained and are some of our very best teachers. Some of our most seasoned teachers are the coaches. And when we have teachers that have seasoned coaches that believe they are doing really, really well, and they're strong teachers, I have to cry out and say, when their names appear or they're invited to be non-reelected or resign, these are teachers that our coaches have believed in for 2 years and sometimes longer than that. These are teachers that have worked and done so many things. They've availed themselves to being available to their principals and the community at large. They've involved themselves with activities on campus. They've engaged in communities. They've joined a myriad of after-school activities. They're there to tutor our kids. They're doing everything. They want to prove their worth. Even their principals, even the assistant principals have given them favorable reviews. And then in the 11th hour, something different happens. I just want to read a couple of, without mentioning names, I just want to read a couple letters that that I believe all of you have, and I have included in this packet. Dear members of the board, I am writing this letter on behalf of, in hopes that you will overturn your decision not to renew her contract next year. She was my daughter's 6th grade history and language arts teacher last year. Not only was she great at keeping me informed on how my daughter was doing in class, but she also made my daughter enjoy subjects that she typically hates. My daughter has always been a math and science lover, so imagine my surprise last year when I learned that my daughter had written a book and it was chosen to be published. It took a special teacher to bring that out of my daughter. And that teacher is, finding a teacher that can bring that out of their students is rare. And it would be a shame for the school to lose her
30 seconds
as a teacher. Students deserve to have a teacher like her. We have 2 teachers here that have displayed exemplary talent, and an injustice is being served to them. And I would like to invite them both to the podium. I'd like you to see faces with names. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is our TK teacher here, and this is our middle school teacher here.
Hi, I'm Ms. Fernandez. I'm the TK teacher at Westside Park.
And hello, I'm Sophia Miranda, and I'm a 6th grade ELA history and creative writing teacher at Mesa Linda. I also have 7th and 8th grade students for several classes per day.
Thank you for allowing us to present this evening to you, and I sincerely hope that you will take a very strong look at this process. Thank you.
Thank you. CSEA?
The board calls on Diane Lynn.
Good evening, President Soto, trustees, also cabinet, classified staff, certificated staff, and everyone present and on YouTube. I am Diane Lynn, and I have been employed with AESD for 27 years. I am a secretary at George Visual and Performing Arts Magnet School. I am currently the CSEA president and have been for the last 6 years. This will be short and sweet. On behalf of CSEA Adelanto Chapter 451, I would like to welcome Dr. Marco Villegas to Adelanto Elementary School District and also Mr. Martin Kazazoria, and we are looking forward to working with both of you. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The board calls on Lauren Benson.
Good evening, board, cabinet, everyone else here and on YouTube. My name is Lauren Benson, and I have been a teacher in this district for 20 years. Once again, I'm here tonight to speak so that this information is on the record. I have no disillusions that I will change your mind or that you'll actually care or be transparent at some point. However, I just want to make sure that the community knows what's going on and that they have a place to hear the information from a reliable source. I'm here because 3 of our trustees are claiming to be transparent, when clearly they are not. They said many times that they weren't trying to get rid of Dr. Walker, yet she's only been gone a little over a week and we're already putting an interim in her place. Do not try to convince any of us that it was actually mutual when we saw the way that she was treated, the way that you picked at her, the disrespect, and the way that you kept trying to find something wrong with what she was doing. She made it clear she wanted to be here. Why any of you would think that you know better or could do a better job than her is beyond me. Obviously, we know some of you couldn't do the job and are no longer working for us. You still have never said what you were unhappy with, what she may have been doing wrong, or how she could improve. You truly have no answers for the people of this community. You pushed and pushed and said that we needed to find somebody that was a good fit, and after an extensive search, yet here we are this quickly appointing someone as interim rather than going through the county and asking for help while we find someone. Sounds a bit suspect to me. We never have any money for things that we want to do or money for employees to get their fair compensation they deserve. Yet we can afford to pay out superintendent contracts and hire someone else while paying 2 people for 1 position. We can talk about doing a nationwide search that costs ridiculous amounts of money when there's no valid reason for the person we had in charge not to have stayed. Another one of your moves that lacks integrity from this board. I'm sure Dr. Walker would have never left without putting out some sort of message or saying goodbye to this community. So I'm guessing that was something in your mutual agreement that you did not allow her to do. That's pretty petty and despicable, but I guess we shouldn't be surprised. All I have to say to the new interim is welcome and good luck. You're going to need it with this board. Really quickly, since I have a few more seconds, I would just like to know, we haven't addressed this in quite a long time, why we don't have the CBO position posted on EdJoin. And also, now that the board gave themselves a 400% raise and you have a $1,200 a month stipend, Trustee Soto, are you going to get on a payment plan to pay back the over $15,000 you overspent to the district? That would be my suggestion to pay back. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The board calls on Jennifer Padilla.
Good evening.
I spent a lot of time thinking about what I wanted to say today. First, I would like to say thank you to Trustee Stewart for sharing at the end of the board meeting last month what your responsibilities are and how the board members should conduct themselves. I found it enlightening and helped me understand a lot more about your responsibilities. Thank you. Growing up, I remember being in second or third grade and our superintendent retiring from our district. The students all learned a song, which I still remember, and we sang it in a circle. I remember being on the back top singing this song to our superintendent, and we got to say goodbye to her. As a student teacher, our superintendent retired, and again, a party was held. We got teachers, staff, community was all invited to attend. In the last 12 years that I have been in this district, this has not happened with the last at least five superintendents. In fact, often we don't even know what happens to our superintendents. They're here one day and then gone the next. As I've looked to our new interim superintendent, he resigned from his previous district down the hill, which is where Dr. Albert was from, in order to spend more time with his family, which was recorded in a news article. Working 4 days a week is what he is possibly going to be working here. Is that possible to spend more time with your family if you're still driving up and down that hill? Another concern that I have is that on Thursday, the special board meeting was canceled. However, on Friday, staff received a letter from Dr. I can't say his last name, welcoming himself to the district as our interim superintendent. The vote had not taken place. How is this possible? In a letter that clearly asked for clear communication that has been asked from us and from all our teachers, we are not getting that. We only asked for that as teachers and a community. We continue to be asked about our student achievement, which is at the forefront of our minds as teachers. We want what's best for our students. Sorry, I got dry mouth all of a sudden. But with our constant overturn in this district, we feel like yo-yos. What's going to be next? We have the Guiding Coalition. Where is it going to be? We had PBL. Where is it going? What's our next step? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The board calls on Don Fernandez.
Good evening, board members, visiting cabinet members, and the public. My name is Dawn Cummings Fernandez. I've been teaching in this district since 2007. Prior to that, I was a CSCA member in this district. I say visiting cabinet members because, as many in this community have observed, this board has fostered an environment where leadership appears to be a revolving door rather than a stable foundation in which individuals can grow, lead, and serve efficiently. It is deeply concerning that our elected board members, entrusted to uphold the law and act in the best interest of our district, appear at times to operate above the very governing codes and laws they are sworn to follow. At the February 19th board meeting, without a quorum, actions were taken that raised serious concerns regarding compliance and established legal requirements, including Government Code 54952.2 of the Brown Act, which prohibits actions without a quorum at the proper noticed public meeting. Government Code 54953, which requires all votes be conducted publicly and require that secret or off-agenda appointments null and void. Transparency, accountability, and adherence to the law are not optional. They are fundamental obligations to the public of service. While the newly appointed superintendent as he was introduced to us, to staff members and the community on February 20th, may very well be excellent individual and a strong fit for our district. The manner in which this appointment was conducted lacks clarity and undermines public confidence. Regardless of the outcome of the process must be transparent, lawful, and without reproach. Our community deserves nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The board calls on Kimberly Smith.
Good evening. Before I begin, before I have my 3 minutes, I just had a question for President Soto. I mean, I know that you say that we're not supposed to speak. However, I was wondering if we can have a moment of silence for one of our dear employees, Greg Worst, who passed away.
That's fine. Yeah, I mean, the board, that's fine.
So if we can just have a moment of silence for him. Thank you. Okay. Good evening, Board President Soto, board members, cabinet members, permanent members, and visiting cabinet members. Adelanto Elementary School District community. I stand before you tonight not in anger but in clarity. Over the past several months, this board has stated publicly more than once we are not trying to get rid of Dr. Walker. Those words were repeated. They were reassuring. They were meant to calm a concerned community, and yet Dr. Walker is gone. Now we are told the separation was mutual, but let's be honest, mutual is subjective. When there is an imbalance of power, when pressure exists behind closed doors, when agendas are discussed in private sessions, mutual can mean very different things depending on which side of the table you're sitting on. Words matter, especially from leadership. Transparency has been used often in this room, but transparency is not simply saying something publicly. Transparency is not tinted glass. It is not frosted windows. It is not blurry outlines where we can see movement, but not details. Transparency is clear glass. If I hold up a bottle of water and tell you it's clean, but the bottle is cloudy, you cannot verify that claim. For transparency to qualify, it must be clear enough for the community to see, understand, and trust what is happening. When statements are repeated and the outcome contradicts them, trust erodes. And once trust erodes, rebuilding it requires more than carefully chosen words. It requires consistency. It requires accountability. It requires honesty, even when it's uncomfortable. Let me be very clear about something else. I will not badmouth the new interim or permanent superintendent. I will not prejudge his or her leadership. That would be unfair. However, I will hold him or her to the same fire that Dr. Walker was forced to face. I will ask questions. I will expect clarity. I will expect measurable goals. I will expect visible progress. I expect alignment between words and actions because my only agenda is that the Adelanto Elementary School District community thrives academically, thrives financially, thrives ethically, thrives with stability, thrives with leadership that the community trusts. That is the board's agenda as well, right? If so, we should welcome questions, we should welcome scrutiny, we should welcome transparency that is so clear it leaves no room for speculation. Our students are watching, our staff is watching, our families are watching. Leadership is not just about decisions, it is about credibility. And credibility is built when what you say and what you do match. So tonight, I am simply asking for alignment between words and outcomes, alignment between promises and actions,
30 seconds.
alignment between we are not trying to get rid of and what ultimately occurred. Our district deserves nothing less than clarity, integrity, and leadership that thrives in the light. Before I close, I would like to invite each of you and our community to join us tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. at Victoria McGathon Elementary School for our Black History Month performances. Our students have worked incredibly hard, and their voices, talents, and pride reflect exactly why this district must continue to strive for excellence and unity. We would be honored to have you there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The board calls on Christopher Dominguez.
Hello. All right. Good evening, board, cabinet, and Adelanto community. My name is Christopher Dominguez. I've been an educator for 12 years, the last few of which have been dedicated to the students of this district. I'm typically a quiet observer, but the integrity of this district is at stake. We are moving from a superintendent who earned the deep trust of our community to a situation defined by backroom deals and procedural failures. You're entering closed session tonight to discuss an appointment that was already announced as a done deal via email on February 20th, despite the fact that your February 19th meeting failed to reach a quorum. How can you claim to be vetting a candidate tonight when the district already told us last Friday he was hired? This isn't a search, it's a prearranged deal. This is a slap in the face to every teacher and parent who were promised stability after Dr. Walker's alleged mutual separation. Beyond the process, we must look at the record. Dr. Villegas arrives here having led El Rancho Unified, still being listed as their superintendent on February 10th. It's only 2 weeks ago. Under his leadership, El Rancho Unified was subject to a FICMAT Human Resources audit as recently as June 2024. Regardless of how or why that audit began, did this board investigate the findings regarding his management of personnel before rushing to this appointment? Especially since around that same time, he oversaw staff layoffs, resulting in the loss of 46 teachers and 18 behavioral support staff, even as his previous district struggled with suspension rates that were significantly higher than the Los Angeles County average. In less than a week, did this board investigate why his previous community petitioned for his recall? Furthermore, was this appointment coordinated before Dr. Walker was even out the door? This rushed $224,625 salary appointment, originally attempted to be forced through with less than 24-hour notice, betrays the transparency our students deserves. We are trading a leader we trusted and who cared for every student and staff member for a candidate with a history of cuts and audits. This community sees this for exactly what it is, and we will not wait until Election Day 2028 for accountability. My silence ends tonight, and I'll be putting my full energy into ensuring that every backroom deal is brought into the light. I mean, it's clear our concerns don't matter tonight because the district already emailed me the results of this vote last Friday. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The board calls on Debbie Thomas.
Sorry. Good night, everyone. As we get ready to begin negotiations this week, I have some questions that I believe should be publicly answered regarding the district's finances. I know that you can't respond, but hopefully during your closing statements you can get the answers for me. At the last board meeting, Mr. Park, the auditor, said that the 2025 audit numbers concerning the unduplicated pupil count was much better than in 2024. I couldn't access the 2025 audit because it's not put on the district or on the website correctly, so if you could fix that. So one of my questions is, why have we not gotten the unduplicated pupil count corrected yet? I'm assuming that it's easy to do the special ed count, the foster count. So the problem is the free lunch applications. And we assign somebody to make sure that every child's application is being filled. This should be a priority. Being out of compliance costs the district money that could be used towards negotiations. I also read in the 2024 audit where students not properly vaccinated were loss of ADA, who who has been assigned to make sure that every student's being vaccinated so that our paperwork is correct. Another loss of district funding. Prior to teaching, I was a retail manager and learned from the loss prevention supervisor that theft is not the #1 cause of store financial losses, but inaccurate paperwork. As we are learning in this district, inaccurate paperwork can cause loss of district income that can be used towards students and staff. Due to the inaccurate, unduplicated pupil count, I was under the impression that we were going to be fined by the state. Another question I'm going to have is ADTA members were informed this was one of the main reasons there was no funds for an on-schedule salary increase. So the most important question tonight is, did we get fined from the previous discrepancies? And if so, how much was the fine? If not, are the fines pending? Going into negotiations, there should be no allusion to possible fines. No more, we might have to do this, so we can't offer you any money. No more excuses. ADT expects the district to come to the table ready to negotiate a fair settlement. No more status quo for a year and a half. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The board calls on Lisa Martinelli.
Good evening, everyone. So, my name is Lisa Martinelli, and I've been teaching this district since 1995. And there has been a lot that has gone on in this district. So, I'm here today to discuss an issue that we've been having for a very long time. And a school district is only as strong as its ability to protect and educate every student. And in our school district, our mission states that we are creating a culture of innovation, meaningful connections, and enriched learning experiences. However, that mission is currently being hindered by a problem in our special education classrooms regarding changes to state law. And there's an issue with the rotation of RSP students at the middle school that is more than likely a clear violation of Assembly Bill 560. So I'd like that to be looked into. And information from the California Teachers Association states that if an RSP teacher actually teaches any student, that student is on that teacher's caseload. Our district did not get ahead of this to prevent the issue, even though we knew it was coming. We just discussed it in, well, I wasn't, but certain members of our teaching staff discussed it in a meeting with Steve Tapia, and he said the same thing. The district was not proactive in what was occurring now, which most likely is a clear violation, and as of January 1st of this year. So I'd like that to be resolved. We've had a problem with special ed for a long time, and as my part on the negotiations team, it is very important to me to look into the finances of the schools. And we have lost a lot of money due to lawsuits because we are not properly taking care of our students. Another issue that our district has dealt with for a very long time is the loss of really wonderful students to charter schools, which can be a partner with us and be a good thing. But it's really sad to me that certain members think that the reason why we needed charter schools because we didn't do our job. We have an outdated system of discipline. We have not really taken the care to take care of the students who need to learn regulation for their behavior. There are lots of really great programs in place all over this country that provides that really firm foundation and help for our very vulnerable students. So I am asking you to consider looking into these programs. I'm not for suspending students because they can't regulate their behavior, but I am for allowing students who want to learn to do so. And I thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
That concludes tonight's speakers.
All right, moving on to closed session. Recess to closed session. I motion that we go to closed session. Is there a second?
Kraus, I second.
We'll take the vote. Ms. LeVay?
President Soto, real quick, in the beginning of the meeting, you said you wanted to move item 13.4 and 13.5 to the beginning. Is that for right now or after,
For open session.
when they come back?
Yeah.
Just wanted to verify. So I have a first by trustee Kraus. Is that was correct?
First by me, and then second by Trustee Kraus.
Okay, I'll take the vote. Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
So do I. Motion passes 5-0. The time is 7:01. We're in closed session.
Good evening, everyone. The time is 8:44. We're going to reconvene to open session. We're going to roll call in quorum establishment. Ms. LeVay.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus present.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer present.
Trustee La French?
La French present.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart present.
Trustee Soto?
Soto present. We have a quorum, 5-0. Number closed session report. Announcements of reportable actions taken out of closed session. It was, give me 1 second. All right. With the student expulsion discipline case ID number 349980, the board upheld the panel's recommendation. It was moved by myself, Soto, and seconded by Trustee Kyer. It was a motion to approve the recommendation of the administrative panel to expel for the remainder of the second semester of the 2025 and 2026 school year. Further, the board accept the administrative panel rehabilitation plan, which includes the following: maintain satisfactory grades and attendance, attend drug and alcohol counseling, attend individual counseling, attend a gang diversion program, provide evidence of significant change in his attitude and behavior as verified by evidentiary facts or by some rehabilitation authority. Lastly, meet with the Director of Student Services after June 2nd, 2026 to show proof of completion of the above conditions and to determine the most appropriate education placement. The votes are 5-0, unanimous. All right, moving on to the other item, 4.05. It was moved by myself, Soto, and seconded by VP Kyer to approve the settlement agreement of OAH case number 2025-100979. This motion was passed unanimously, 5-0. All right, moving on to public testimony. Do we have any public comment speakers, Ms. LeVay?
We do actually. Brianna Landon Torres.
I was asked to read the statement by this parent and the student. So I'm just gonna read it. My name is Brianna Torres, and I'm the mother of Landon Luna. I would first like to express, before I even met Miss Miranda, I walked into her classroom one day during an open school day. And when I first walked into a classroom, I heard the kids yelling, "Miss Miranda." They were thrilled and excited and happy to be in her classroom, and they went in there to visit her to say hi. Most children want to do that with the teacher most children don't want to do that with a teacher they don't like. I have seen nothing but kindness from Miss Miranda towards my son Landon. My son only speaks positively about her and would love nothing more than to continue seeing Miss Miranda be his teacher and for her to continue working at Mesa Linda Middle School. I also want to point out that Miss Miranda was the only teacher in the district to help my son, who struggles in an IEP, to help tutor him and to be there for him every Wednesday after school, taking time out of her own day and her children and time with her children to help my child. And I couldn't find anybody after that who was willing to do that for their students. I am so appreciative of her, not only helping my child, but treating him as if he was cared for by her and respected. I'm here to stand with Miss Miranda in hopes that the news of her not continuing to be a teacher at my son's middle school was simply a mistake. I believe that she is a well-deserved teacher and a great one at that. I am super appreciative of her and all the things she's done for my son, and I feel as if the district should also be appreciative of her and how she goes out of her way for her students. I sent her again for months tutoring my son, who needed it, even helping him in class and being flexible with him and always giving him the additional help that he needs. that is a teacher that is hard to find and should be one that should be valued and kept. Thank you, and God bless you all. I'm just going to say my dealings with Miss Miranda. I'm really a good judge of talent and character, and I worked with her, and I enjoyed my time with her, and can tell that she's got it together, and she's an asset to the school. And she even went to Mesa Linda. She is one of our kids. So thank you, and have a great evening.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
That concludes tonight's speakers.
I didn't know that he wanted to talk.
That's fine. That's okay. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
I got 20. Oh, there's more. I'm sorry. Very shy. So sorry. I only have one. Here, I have the second one. Sorry, sweetie. Yeah. My name is Landon, and Miss Miranda is my school teacher.
Can we give the Mr. Landon 3 minutes, please?
Thank you. My name is Landon, and Miss Miranda is my school teacher. I attend 2 different classes with her daily. I would like to express how I feel about my teacher, Miss Miranda. In my personal opinion, she is a great teacher because she's always there for me when I need help. She is always very nice to me, and I would hate to lose her as a teacher and not see her continue in my school. I really like her as a teacher. Anytime I need help, she is thoroughly there to help me and help break things down for me. I am currently in an IEP program, and she never gets frustrated with me, even when I need additional help. If Miranda does not continue to work at my school, I will be sad because that is my favorite history teacher. She also did work with the Freedom Riders, Miss Miranda, and in addition to that, me being a good judge of character, I brought in some really great teachers into this district because I've been here a long time. So thank you again.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
That concludes tonight's speakers.
All right, thank you. Moving on to adoption of the minutes. A motion that we adopt the minutes. Is there a second?
Kyer, second.
We'll take the vote. Ms. LeVay?
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench? Trustee LaFrench?
Can you please turn on your mic, Ms. LeVay? Or Trustee LaFrench?
I'm going to abstain from the minutes.
Trustee Stewart?
Aye.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion passes 4-1, 1 abstention. Moving on to the consent. We're taking items 2 to 30. Does any trustee want to pull an item? Trustee Kraus?
Yes, thank you, President Soto. Item number 22 and 27. That's all.
Trustee LaFrench?
Item 16.
Okay.
That will be all.
Trustee Stewart?
I have none.
VP Kyer?
I have none.
And I have none. At this time, I motion that we approve the agenda with the exceptions of 16, 22, and 27. Is there a second?
Stewart, I second.
All right, I apologize. Ms. LeVay, take the vote, please.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
LaFrench, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion passes 5-0. All right, moving back to number 16, Trustee LaFrench, since it was, I'll entertain a motion at this time. I motion that we approve. Is there a second?
Stewart, I second.
All right, since Trustee LaFrench, you pulled it, we'll start with you.
Okay, thank you. Give me 1 second to pull it up. I just have a few questions on line 16. If I could, let me see. Oh no, I'm sorry, line 9. If I could get some information on, or clarity on the 28,000 for this legal audit, elective cost, and some background on what services that Valley LLP is providing.
Thank you, Trista French. And can you please repeat where we're looking at? Warrant report or purchase report?
The warrant report.
All right. And then what page are we looking at?
We're looking at item 9. I'm gonna ask this 9, 10, 11, and 12 for a total of $50,000.
Point of order, President Soto, this would typically be deferred to our CBO.
Yes. Thank you. Good point. I'm just trying to see what we're looking at. Gold stars, right?
No, she's referencing the ID Bailey, which is the audit firm
Got it.
that
Got
our district uses.
Thank you. Mr. McAlpin, would you be able to help us out with the question here, please?
Yes, Eide Bailey is the audit firm that does the annual audit required by all school districts in the state of California. That was Andrew Park, who presented the audit report last week. He is an employee with Eide Bailey, so that was kind of a summation, if you will, of the audit that was done by Eide Bailey for the 24-25 fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. Can we move down to item 72? Line 72. I wanted to know, could I get some clarification on, even though I know this was something that we had previously approved, but I'm interested in knowing, again, some clarification on the scope of services that's being provided by MGT and the impact solution. The total amount of this contract and just what services are still being rendered.
Thank you. Mr. McAlpin?
Yes, that was the firm that I represented when I was here with the district, serving as the interim, consultant CBO for the time from August, till November 1st. And so that was the CBO work. So that was a month of services for fiscal services.
Okay, so that month of services is the $4,262.
Correct, and that vendor now is no longer approved with the district going forward.
Okay. Can I get a clarification on 111, the Leadership Associates LLC for $7,312? I see some clarification regarding the payment to them, and I'd like to understand the scope of services that's being provided currently and the total amount for this particular contract.
I can, if I may, Trista French, I can try and answer, and then I'll have Mr. McAlpin kind of add on what can be added. But my understanding is that this is the cost that the board approved when we were doing the evaluation with Dr. Walker. We hired a third party. We hired Leadership and Associates to contract us to help us during the evaluation process, Mr. Kelly. So my understanding is that these are the cost of those services that he provided when he was with us. Mr. McAlpin, would you be able to help out a little bit?
I think you actually summarized it very well. I wouldn't really have anything to add. I think that was a great summation of what the work was for that charge.
Okay, thank you.
I have another one. Line 161. Can I get some clarification on this particular contract for $6,000? What services is being provided?
Line
161.
One at a time, please. And we're looking at the warrant report.
That one, unfortunately, I will have to provide and get some research and provide it back to the board on what type of service that vendor provided.
Thank you.
Okay, and my last one is 254. The U.S. Bank Cal card for Kraus for $3,739. Can I get some clarification on that one?
Thank you. I'll try to add, and then I don't know if Trustee Kraus or Mr. McAlpin can add on. My understanding is that we have a certain amount of travel, and my understanding is this is related to that travel cost. I could be mistaken, but to me it doesn't seem out of the ordinary. Mr. McAlpin, do you know why the question was regarding Mr. Trustee Kraus's expenditures on 254? $3,739.34. I don't know if there's anything you could add, and then I'll defer to Trustee Kraus.
Without having the exact charge in front of me, I wouldn't know exactly what it would be, but as you quoted President Soto, that would make the guesstimation that it would have to be with travel conference. I know there was a conference, I believe CSBA was toward the end of the year, so I believe that would potentially be, but I don't have it in front of me to verify that specifically for that dollar amount.
Fair enough. Thank you. Trustee Kraus?
Yes, thank you for the question. It is for CSBA, so that's for the registration, the travel, and the expenses associated with that. And I would hope that anyone that has any questions related to any of these are our CAL cards that we use when we travel, but the statements are public record. And I encourage anyone that's interested in seeing how we are spending taxpayers' dollars to request those CAL card statements from any trustee or any administrator in the district. And it is a open public record, so there shouldn't be any reason you should not get a copy, a full unredacted copy of the charges on any of our CAL cards, including mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Kraus. Any other questions? Trustee LaFrench?
No more, thank you.
VP Kyer?
No questions.
And I have none. We'll go ahead and we will take the vote. Ms. LeVay?
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, nay.
Trustee LaFrench?
LaFrench, nay.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion passes 3-2. Moving on to number 22. At this time, a motion that we approve. Is there a second?
Trustee Kyer, I would like to motion to table.
Is there, all right, there's an amendment motion. Is there a second on that amendment?
Kraus, I second.
I'm writing the amendment down. Give me 1 second. It's a little bit sloppy. So we have Kyer, Trustee VP Kyer and Trustee Kraus as a second to table. We'll take the vote. Ms. LeVay?
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Oh, I have point of order. We're 1 second, Ms. LeVay, I apologize. We have a trustee asking a question.
I'm sorry, I missed it. What item is being tabled?
22.
Right now, we're at 22, acceptance of certificate employee resignation, and that's what we're voting to table that right now. We have Kyer, VP Kyer voting yes. Trustee Kraus, I didn't get his vote.
Kraus, aye.
Ms. LeVay, you may continue.
Okay. Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
LaFrench, nay.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, nay.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. We'll table 22, moving on to 27. Well, at this time, I'll entertain a motion.
Kraus, I motion to approve.
Is there a second? Soto, I'll second. We'll open it up for discussion. Trustee Kraus?
Thank you, President Soto. The reason I pull this is that I see, unfortunately, that we're losing a transportation dispatcher. And so I just wanted to hope that the district would be actively recruiting someone to fill that position. It is a key position in the transportation department. And I looked on Edjo and I did not see anything related to that being advertised. But again, I hope that we can get that position as well as any other positions that we have filled as soon as possible. But that especially because that's who decides where our buses go and when they have issues, and it's a key, they're all key positions, but especially in transportation. So that's my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Stewart. Comments, questions? Trustee Stewart?
I have none.
Trustee LaFrench?
None.
Trustee VP Kyer?
None.
And I have none. We'll take the vote. Ms. LeVay?
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion passes 5-0. All right, new business. I made a mistake. This should have been the very first thing we should have done at a closed session. So we moved the agenda to the beginning. So we moved 13.4, 13.5 to the beginning. So we'll actually do that now. So we'll go to 13.4. The ratification of superintendent separation agreement. I move that we approve. Is there a second?
Slow down, say that again for me, please.
Sorry, I think I'm trying to rush us out of here real quick. So I made just to clarify, and I'm on record that there was a mistake, well, procedural error that we should have handled 13.4 first before we did the consent and 13.5 as well, because that's what the board took action in the beginning of the meeting, that we would do that. So now we're going back to what we needed to do, which was vote on 13.4, which is the ratification of the superintendent separation agreement. Now we also need to do 13.5, which is the ratification of the interim superintendent employment agreement. So does that, I hope that was helpful.
Okay. We're gonna shoot in the dark and just hope we hit a target.
So I motion that we approve the ratification of the separation agreement. Is there a second?
Kyer, I second.
We'll open it up for discussion. Trustee Kraus?
No discussion. Thank you.
Trustee LaFrench?
None.
Trustee Stewart?
I really have none right now.
VP Kyer?
No comment.
And I have none. Ms. LeVay will take the vote.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, nay.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion passes 4-1 with Trustee Stewart voting no. Moving on to 14.5, ratification of the interim superintendent employment agreement. At this time, I'll entertain a motion.
Kraus, I motion to approve.
I'll second. Trustee Kraus, was any discussion?
No discussion.
Trustee Stewart?
We're supposed to now have discussion if we want to about the contract, right?
That's what we're discussing, ma'am. Yes, Trustee.
Okay.
I'm available for questions.
Okay, so
Thank you.
I do have a question.
Snuck up on me.
In section 5.1 of the contract, it says that the employee shall be assigned a standard work schedule of 4 days per week, notwithstanding the foregoing, the employer reserves the right to require an employee to work up to 5 days in a given week. So is the work week going to be a 4-day week or a 5-day week?
Good question. It's a 4-day week, standard 4-day week. And then if there are certain weeks that need extra time, and that was specifically addressed. So if there are busy weeks or if there are weeks where the board requests that the interim superintendent stay for a 5th day, that can absolutely be requested. And that's something that we anticipated whenever business requires, whenever the board requests, essentially, or whenever in the interim superintendent's best professional judgment, he believes that there is a need for an extra 5th day of work, that would be appropriate as well.
So the superintendent position is a very demanding one. So, I mean, I would assume it would be a 5-day week as opposed to a 4-day week. I mean, that's just me. So, Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. VP Kyer? Or Trustee LaFrench? We'll go back. I want to go in order. Trustee LaFrench.
I do have a question. I have a question, and it's along the same lines, right? So I want to know that if it's 4 days out of the week, 5 days out of the week is more, if 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 he's able to work 5 days out of the week for making it 5 days multiple times, it will actually exceed the contract amount. Does that make sense?
It does. And I'll say just as a clarification without actually answering your question, so please interrupt me at any point. But the amounts that were reached are entirely based off of the previous superintendent's contract. And so right now, the 4-day week, the salary, the annual salary, which is in section 4.1, is exactly 80% of what the previous superintendent made. And then the per diem for any additional 5th day, if in theory, for instance, the interim superintendent were to work 5 days a week until the termination of this contract, it would exactly equal the amount of the previous superintendent.
Okay, so I would question that because when I did the math on it, it said that in my little brain, it said that $1,250 per day for those on the 5th day would actually exceed the 224.
Okay, that would be a mathematical error on my part if that's correct. The way that we calculated that was, again, exactly 80% of, I believe it was, the total amount of the previous superintendent's contract was $287.82, and then 80% of that is what's in section 4.1, which is $224,625. And I believe that the way that the per diem was calculated for the 5th day was $287.82, the previous superintendent's annual contract, divided by 225, which was the amount of days that we would assume that they would work in a year. So if we're not happy with the amount, that's my mathematical error.
Okay.
Anything else, Trustee LaFrench?
No, that's it.
Thank you. VP Kyer?
I need a little bit further clarification. So if I'm comprehending your words correctly, the 224 would amount to the 80% of the prior superintendent's contract.
Yes.
And if the 5th day is worked every single week that the presented interim is within the district, then altogether with the 5th day stipends, it would come up to that 280.
Correct. If he were to work for an entire year, which the contract does not anticipate, but
no, it's only for the 6 months.
But yes, that's exactly right.
Okay. Sorry, I'm still going through all of this. So, the proposed interim will or will not have the medical health plan.
Will not.
Will not.
And that was at his election. He declined medical coverage. He has other coverage.
Okay. And then we are in agreement with the 1 day of sick leave a month?
Yes, all of this was presented as a negotiation to the interim superintendent, and this was the result to present to the board.
Okay. Will he be, and forgive me if this isn't in here, just curiosity kills the cat. Will he be provided the $45,000 travel and conference fee that we have for the rest of our cabinet?
So we don't specifically name that amount in this contract. This contract anticipates reasonable fees. And so if, with notification to the board, and if the board has any issues, we can push back on that, or we can negotiate that rather. But that's something that is not specifically delineated in this contract.
Okay, on the adjustment to annual base salary, section 4.2, the interim superintendent shall receive such increases in salary as are provided to administrators with district level oversight. The board may, from time to time, and its sole discretion, increase salary for employment as it determines. Any discretionary salary adjustments shall be reflected in a writing signed by the parties. So help me if I'm comprehending that correctly. If we give the administrators or cabinet any kind of raise, it immediately impacts this as
Correct.
well.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
I also have a couple of small edits whenever it might be appropriate
VP
to note those for the board.
Did you have anything else?
You will make your edits, and then I might have another.
They're small. So what I noticed is the version of this contract that was attached to the agenda in section 1.1 includes employment to commence February 20th. That's an error. It should be February 19th. In section 4.1, the annual salary shall be payable in equal bi-monthly payments. We would like that to be monthly, not bi-monthly. And the only other addition should be that Dr. Villegas has a PhD, and that should be reflected on his signature line after his name.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh. I do have one more question. And more so the highlight of this for the general public. Section 1.1, the governing board of the district or board agrees to employ employee. An employee accepts employment as interim superintendent upon the terms and conditions herein after set forth in the agreement. Employment as interim superintendent shall commence February 19th with your edit, and shall terminate on August 31st, 2026, or upon the effective date of the district's appointment of a permanent superintendent, whichever occurs sooner. Okay. I just kind of wanted to throw that out there to emphasize the interim superintendent role, that this is a, short contract. This is not a long-term segue into anything more permanent without the district's inclusion.
And if I may actually address that with Dr. Villegas' permission, he did share with me that he was considering not taking another superintendent position. He has no intention of throwing his hat into the ring for a permanent superintendent position, and he's communicated to me that he's purely here to assist the district in finding its next permanent superintendent.
I do appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else, VP Kyer?
No, I'm gonna leave that. Thank you.
And I did take a look at this. I have no questions. Thank you.
I want.
Oh, Trustee LaFranche.
You go ahead.
Okay. Can you provide some clarity on the reason that we're out here discussing this for transparency, please?
Yes. So I would like to begin with as much clarity as I can. At our regular board meeting 2 weeks ago, we did have a discussion that concerned some confidential items. And pursuant to that discussion, the board provided direction to move forward with an interim superintendent negotiation and to negotiate the terms of this agreement with Dr. Villegas, assuming that certain conditions were met. There was no final action taken. However, the direction of the board was provided to move forward to plan for an interim superintendent. We hoped to be able to discuss this contract in closed session today. However, that item was not placed on the closed session agenda, and we wanted to bring this in front of the board in open session for ratification and discussion, well, hopeful ratification and discussion of the contract terms to ensure that we were being compliant with the Brown Act and any transparency. Trustee LaFrench, did you have any other specific questions or items that I could address related to that?
No, I just wanted you to make that statement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Stewart?
Okay, so my question is the pay, though the pay is there, he's only gonna work 6 months. He's only gonna be paid a rated rate.
Correct.
Correct.
So it will not be,
The whole 224. It's
Correct.
just,
that's the annual rate for
okay,
ease of understanding.
all right, just checking. Thank
Yes,
you.
thank you.
And President Soto, I had one additional question, sir.
Trustee Kraus?
Yes, thank you. So, if it's my understanding, you stated on the annual salary, we've been talking about the salary, that it's 80% of the prior superintendent salary. Is that correct? Fair
Correct.
statement.
Yes.
Do we know where that number came from? Because historically, we've had a superintendent salary schedule that had 5 steps on it. And I am not aware of where that number came from. So if you could elaborate perhaps on if we are now going away from a superintendent salary schedule to just randomly picking a number, or where is the process and protocol on that number that is being used for the interim superintendent's contract?
I appreciate the question. A salary schedule was not referenced in making these negotiations. It was purely based on the previous contract of the previous superintendent. And I understand that there may be a schedule for a permanent superintendent in the future. One was not referenced for this contract.
So we're not setting a precedent by not going by that superintendent salary schedule that's been here for a long time by doing.
Correct.
Okay. No, I appreciate the clarification. Thank you so much. That's my only question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I have none.
I have one more.
Trustee LaFrench?
Thank you. Can you provide clarity on whether or not there was an overlap in between one superintendent leaving and an interim coming in? Are we paying 2 at the same time? Can you provide clarity for that?
Absolutely. So Dr. Walker's last day was on February 13th, and that contract or that settlement agreement was executed on the 11th. And so there was no overlap. The interim superintendent and the district did not come to even a draft agreement or a negotiation that we could work from until I want to say February 18th, so right before the day that he started. So there was no overlap. The 13th was Dr. Walker's last day, and the 19th was Dr. Villegas's first day pending this contract ratification.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else, trustees? All right, let's move on. We'll take the votes. Ms. LeVay?
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
LaFrench, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, nay.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion passes 4-0, 4-1. We want to welcome Dr. Villegas to the dais. Congratulations. All right, moving on back to new business, 13.1. The California School Boards Association Delegate Assembly election. I motion that we approve all 6 candidates that are that are listed on the agenda. Christina B, Amanda Buchanan, Tom Courtney, Evelyn Dominguez, Sydney Gardner, Stephanie Lewis, Scott Wyatt. Is there a second?
Kyer, I'll second.
Any discussion? Trustee Kraus?
No discussion.
Trustee Stewart?
None.
Trustee LaFrench?
None.
VP Kyer?
None.
And I have none. We'll take the vote. Ms. LeVay?
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
LaFrench, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
So do I. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to educational services. Approval of the proposal for professional learning for district and site leaders. I move that we approve. Is there a second?
Kyer, I second.
Any discussion? Trustee Kraus?
No discussion.
Trustee LaFrench?
None.
Trustee Stewart?
None.
VP Kyer?
None.
I have none. Ms. LeVay will take the vote.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
LaFrench, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
So do I. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to business services. Approval of the license agreement with the Department of Water Resources and Groundwater Well Monitoring Project. I motion that we approve. Is there a second?
Kyer, I second.
Any discussion? Trustee Kraus?
No discussion.
Trustee LaFrench?
No.
Trustee Stewart,
None.
VP Kyer.
None.
I have none. Ms. LeVay will take the vote.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee La French?
La French, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to governing board members' reports and announcements. We'll start down the line. Trustee Kraus.
Thank you, President Soto. At this time, I'll defer my comments until the next board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Stewart.
I do have one thing that I do want to share with the district. It is a video.
Oh.
Good morning, Adelanto Elementary School District. District administrators, school site leaders, teachers, staff, classified, certificated, our family, our students, and our community. I come to you today to just say thank you. Thank you for an opportunity to engage in a way that I have never had an opportunity to engage. We've done some great work together. I am so proud of all of you and what you've accomplished. I wish you well, and I'd just like to show a snapshot of my experience here in Adelanto. And with that, here's a short video. When I stepped in as an interim superintendent in September of 2024, I knew the stakes were high. The 2023 data was a call to action. Our students were 76 points below standard in literacy and 115 points below in math. Chronic absenteeism was at 45%, and the district was under state intervention. But I didn't see a district in crisis. I saw a community with a promise.
And now we're shining. Say it one more time, nice and loud.
By the time I was named permanent superintendent in November, we already had a plan in motion. I launched Thrive 2030, but I didn't write it alone. I gathered a guiding coalition, a diverse group of students, parents, teachers, and principals alongside our vital support staff and community members. Together, we sat at the table to influence the future of Adelanto. Our goal was clear. We want our learners to be empowered learners, critical thinkers, communicators and collaborators, change makers, and future-ready leaders. We started by giving them a voice and a seat at the table through the Superintendent Student Advisory Council, training 40 lead educators in project-based learning and making sure all hands were on deck with every member of our AESD family contributing and receiving the training they need to create a space where every student is capable and every future is possible. We knew that for a community to thrive, every member must feel valued. We launched Strive for 95, cutting chronic absenteeism by 11.5%. But we went deeper into the heart of our schools. We prioritized positive behavior interventions and supports to ensure our culture was built on encouragement and equity. The results of this cultural shift were historic. Every single one of our schools is now state recognized for school climate, with 13 of our 14 campuses reaching the elite gold or platinum status. We saw a 62% increase in these top-tier recognitions in just 1 year. The district-wide commitment to excellence is why George Magnet was named a school to watch, and Gus Franklin earned the National Blue Ribbon. We aren't just disciplining, we are transforming. The 2025 California Dashboard proves that our strategy is working. In mathematics, we saw a 13-point surge in growth. In English language arts, we closed the gap by nearly 9 points. Our English learner progress moved into the green, with 48.4 of our students making significant gain. We met every single state standard for our local indicators, from 100% access to instructional materials to facilities that are safe and in good repair. And for our African American students and students experiencing homelessness, we achieved double-digit growth in math. This is the evidence of equity in action. Perhaps the most defining moment of this journey came recently. Because of the systems of stability we built together, the state of California was officially notified us that Adelanto has exited direct technical assistance. We are no longer a district in need of intervention. We are a district in the lead. I am proud of the blueprint we've drawn and the foundation we poured with the Guiding Coalition. My heart remains with the students and the community of Adelanto, and I know that the progress we achieve together is now a permanent part of our district's future. It is truly built to last.
Thank you, Trustee LaFrench.
Whew, it's heartfelt. Okay, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge Dr. Terry Walker's services to our district. During her time here, she's worked diligently on behalf of our students, staff, and families. I personally appreciated her leadership and her commitment to this community. I know many teachers, parents, and community members also expressed their support for her. Leadership transition can be difficult, but I want to thank Dr. Walker for her dedication to our schools and wish her continued success in her next chapter. Thank you.
Thank you, VP Carr.
At this time, I would like to motion to extend the meeting to 9:45. Can I get a second?
Kraus, I second.
I'll take the vote. Ms. LeVay?
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee La French?
La French, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, nay.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion's 4-1. It's been extended to 9:45. VP Carr, did you have any comments?
Yes, I do. I have a lot. Alrighty, because we are here collectively for our students, I do want to take a moment to highlight that we did just have parent-teacher conferences. I believe we are segueing one more week of those where we'll have a little bit of early out. I know that I personally enjoyed mine. I got to find out how amazing my child is doing, and the collaboration with other parents, it really shows that our teachers in the classroom are the reason for the growth in our district. And I think that is something that we really need to acknowledge and appreciate, show some gratitude on that. Additionally, I know a lot of teachers are gearing up and prepping for state testing, going over the materials that will be needed. Despite how confusing and contradictory that test is, I do want to really applaud everyone who's knuckling down and trying to have our students as prepared for those tests as they can. I additionally want to make a shout out to all of our schools that are doing the amazing events for Black History Month. I know we have some amazing things going on at different sites, and I do encourage parents, if you can, get out, participate, support the kids, because I do know every time they go into these different segues, they are really trying to give some really good displays, some really good events. I do want to invite everyone, as we saw earlier today at the Ted Vick Elementary School, their Frozen musical. They will have performance Saturday, March 14th at 2 p.m. and Monday, March 16th at 6 p.m. If you have the ability, please get out, support them. I do want to make a special shout out to our Gus Franklin Falcons, our West Creek Pirates, and our Theodore Vick Mustangs for being with us tonight, for giving us amazing performances, and being the reason we kick off and remember how amazing our students and why we do our jobs. I do want to take a moment and welcome Dr. Villegas as he is our new interim superintendent here to help support us, segue us into a new chapter, but also help us really build the foundation that this district has desperately needed for so long. So I do want to shout out, welcome Dr. Villegas here. We also have another new face on our dais, Dr. Martin Rex. Kitsiora. You're going to have to help me there.
I help everybody.
He is here from the county helping support our district as we do a diligent search for our new cabinet. The last thing, and I do want to take a moment of silence for, is Mr. Worst. He was an IT department employee, and I know this has come as such a shock to so many. It is never easy to confront these hills, and it's never easy to come to the conclusion that we may not see somebody again. But I do want to send my condolences, my deepest condolences to this family, as I know this was very abrupt and out of the blue. And I do express that, I hope we are there for the Worst family in any way possible. So with that, I will close my comments. I do want to emphasize hug your loved ones. Appreciate those moments and take that time to tell those you love and appreciate that you do, because you never, and I want to emphasize, you never know the last time you will see someone. Thank you, everyone, and those will close my remarks for this evening.
Awesome. Thank you, colleagues. I want to begin with a quote. Alone we can do so little. Together we can do so much. Helen Keller. I want to state that because, as we move forward as a team, we need to start working together as a team. We need to start communicating a little bit more effectively. Moving on. I would like to welcome Dr. Marco A. Villegas as our interim superintendent. Dr. Villegas brings well over 30 years of experience in education and a wealth of knowledge and leadership to this position. Over the course of his distinguished career, he has served as a teacher, principal, regional director, associate superintendent, and superintendent, providing him with a comprehensive understanding of educational systems from the classroom to the district office. He is known for providing focus on student achievement, organizational effectiveness, and strong community partnerships. We are excited to welcome Dr. Villegas on board. His extensive experience, steady leadership, and deep commitment to community engagement will provide stability and continuity for the district as we undertake the important process of searching for a permanent superintendent. The Board of Trustees, we recognize that many people in our community have strong feelings about recent leadership changes. We understand that change can bring uncertainty and concerns. We hear you. Please know that we are listening carefully and taking our responsibility seriously. We also understand that, we are confident in the steps we are taking. And so I want to remain firmly committed to ensuring stability, continuity, and strong leadership for our district. Tonight's appointment of an interim superintendent is a deliberate and important process and action to provide uninterrupted guidance during this transition period. Our students deserve stability. Our staff deserves support. Our families deserve transparency. The board is united in its commitment to meeting those expectations with steadiness and resolve. We also want to see this as an opportunity to reset, refocus, and recommit ourselves to our shared purpose, serving AESD students. In the coming weeks, board members will be hosting listening sessions at several school sites to hear your concerns, better understand your perspectives, and engage in a meaningful dialogue about the future of our district. Additional details will be shared soon. Transparency, accountability, and responsible governance will continue to guide our work. And we ask for your partnership as we move forward with confidence and mutual respect. Together, we will ensure stability today while thoughtfully planning for the district's long-term leadership and continued success. And that's all I have. So I welcome Dr. Villegas. Moving on to number 15, superintendent reports and announcements. That'll be,
Well, if I can just take a minute to
that's you.
say hello and thank you so much, everyone, for what was said. And I first want to start by thanking the board for your confidence in allowing me to be part of this district in this very, very crucial time. And I want you to know that I'm committed to make sure that the legacy of our district continues to build on student achievement, that we continue to focus on the programs that have been effective. You know, it was wonderful to hear of all the successes that have recently happened, and we want to make sure that we continue to build on those. And, you know, it has been said, you know, my role right now is to be here for as long as it needs to be to find that next leader and to help build the trust that needs to be there. I think I love the quote that you indicated right now because it is about developing teams, effective teams. You know, alone we cannot do much, but as a team, as a community, as a unit of beings, you know, we can do so much more. And so that really it resonates with me. And it really is what's most important as we move forward is, you know, how can we continue to build on this community? I mean, what inspiring things I saw today with the students' performances and different statements that were said about learning. And so there's a lot of fantastic things happening. I certainly want to be part of it. I also want to thank the folks that I've had a chance to meet. You know, I've met with our cabinet. I've met some of the school leaders, met some of the other leaders within the school system, and everyone's been very welcoming. I want to thank you for that. I will hopefully very soon get a chance to meet most of you. I'll be present in many events and looking forward to getting to know you and to be able to make sure that we continue to move forward with commitment for our students, number one. So thank you again for this opportunity, and I look forward to continuing to make the success that Adelanto not only has had but deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. All right, trustees, we're moving to adjournment. I move that we adjourn. Is there a second?
Crier, second.
We'll take the vote. Ms. LeVay.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Crier, aye.
Trustee La French?
Left French, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
So do I. Motion passes 5-0. The time is 9:42, and we are adjourned. Have a good night, everyone.